All right, good morning, guys. Take a second to like the stream. Thanks, Visceral. All right, let's see, where are we? QQQ is rocketing straight up. SPX is pushing 54.15. VIX is pretty flat here. Gherk inflationary data. I know. I know. Regretting selling those Netflix calls? No, not at all. Congratulations on winning the coin flip, though. Good morning, Gary. Thanks for being with us in these trying times, even when you're busy. It's just been a hectic week. Uh, up to 5,600. Not like today. Still grind to 55.40, then tank. I think 2025 is going to be the first resistance that we need to worry about. Um, yeah. Have you seen Sega? No? Are they rocketing? Oh, because the monkeypox thing. Right. That's some crazy fucking volatility. Excuse me, you mean mpox? I'm sorry, mpox. Why can't we just make up a new name for it? Like, if monkeypox is, and it makes sense, right? Like, it's obviously, doesn't come from monkeys. It sounds racist. Not a great name. Just give it a new name. Don't just call it monkeypox, but then shorten the unky out, right? How fucking stupid is that? The artist previously known as monkeypox. It doesn't come from monkeys. There's no reason for there to be an M or a monkey in there. Find a host animal. No, monkeypox doesn't come from monkeys. Shockingly. Tupac's. It was originally found in a colony of monkeys. That's because it can affect, like, it can infect monkeys and like non-human primates. But they think the vector for the disease is rats. They're just not sure yet. So yeah, I get why they originally named it monkeypox. That's fine because they found it in monkeys, right? But they're not the vector of the disease. Rat pox, they're done, right? Was that so fucking hard? It's always rats. Fucking nasty little chittering fucks. So is it Batvid? Pangavid, right? Didn't name it after a Hanson song, though. Hanson didn't do anything wrong. How many rats do you see a week in New York City? Not that many, actually. Usually stay the fuck away from people. If you go to the park, you'll see them. Win up, bounce off 55. What is my degenerate play of the day today? I found out we're having another kid. We need cash. No better way to pursue that goal than to blow it all up. Congratulations. I think, I don't know. Maybe not so. Maybe not so exciting. Cash strapped and pregnant's way worse than just pregnant. This is 2024. You don't have to have another kid. Seems like a conscientious decision. It's super exciting. I just want to be hella rich now. All right. Ooh, cash strapped and pregnant. I've been there. Yeah. You and your unprotected noodle, Mr. Poopy Pants. How is Dave not rolling in pickle jar vasectomy tendies? Because people keep having babies. That's like, oh, you guys have had so many fucking babies since we started this shit. Fucking Barrel and Colonel. Kids are a net negative on the bottom line. They're a terrible, high risk investment. Just for that, I'm gonna go make one right now. People want to start their own trading den. You could just program an algorithm. Learn Python. Wear a condom. When this all ends, you need a credit scene with all the babies born, like they do at the end of video games. It worked out for your mom. They're ghosting her moves. Did it? I will reiterate. I was a terrible teenager. She did get a Lexus. Nah, it's not equivalent. Riley halted. Yeah, up or down. It's not very hard for it's a haul. It's a fucking worthless piece of shit. It's like a 50-cent drop, right? For it's a haul. Can you debunk how does Healthcare of Ontario Pension Plan Trust Fund own 9.5 million XRT shares when there's only 5.2 million shares? No, there's unlimited shares. Where the fuck did you get that there's 5.2 million shares? It's an ETF. If you buy a share and there's no more, they make more. Fucking super stock. Looking at broker data, drawing conclusions. Silly. Yeah, I know it's from super stock. I'm not. Who else? Who else would come up with such a stupid fucking theory? Looking for crime everywhere, never finding anything. You know, Superstock is the largest group of the worst detectives on the planet. What? Unlimited shares? Crime? No? Can you give us one of those nice breakdowns you do of the data impact, market reaction, and forward looking bull bear scenarios? We got inflation today. They can leverage shit up, dollar up. Let's go. Right? That's what the bulls needed. They needed some inflation so they could lever their shit assets. Look at the yield curve just instantaneously uninverting today. It's beautiful. To be fair, half of them helped find the Boston bomber. Didn't half of them find the wrong guy and then get him killed or something? High inflation equals hold rate higher equals no collapse in the carry. Yeah. Broadening spread in the carry because dollar's up. And dollar's up a lot today. My favorite super stock thing to see is someone's trash DD with new financial terms. It's met with nothing but thanks to the wrinkles, more people need to see this. My favorite super stock DDs, hands down, are the ones that like copy and paste my DD and then assert different conclusions that are completely incorrect. Like, who is that fucking guy, the YouTube guy? I don't know his name. He's super boring. He like talks in a monotone. And he was like, guys, swaps. We're going to the moon. That fucking guy. I've never seen somebody go so in depth on a subject and be completely wrong from the get go because they refuse to look up updates to the rules. I like the one that state if the market crashes, GME will go to a billion. Is that because you have a $200 limit buy order on GME? So you can pick it up at 200 on its way to a billion? If that were true, right? That's all you would have to do. You just put in a buy stop $500 out of the money and Zen, right? Newton sounds familiar. The Billionaire Boys Club DDs were just some guy rapidly stalking people's LinkedIn profiles. How long is until inflation is bearish? When the 10-year hits 4.5%. I like knowing that the entire yen carry trade was a setup for the GME squeeze. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that, are they? That's very sad. They don't have $500, so their stop limit buy will trigger a margin call and make them miss the MOASS. Richard Newton, yeah, that was it. He had like a rabid fan base that was all like, he gave you credit. How dare you speak back against the things he's told us? But it's like he's still misinterpreting the fucking data, right? So it's just more super stock shit, lying to people to get views because the truth isn't very exciting. It's kind of depressing. How is anyone still talking about GME? After Jeffrey returned and pumped and dumped, if you were diamond handing super stocker, that was your MOASS. None of them sold. They bought more. They bought more at 60. They were like, fuck it, I'm raising my cost basis. It's go time, right? He's not lying. He's just too dumb to come to the right conclusions. Well, I mean, kind of the same thing, right? If you're putting yourself out there as knowledgeable or an expert, but you're not knowledgeable and you're not an expert, then you are inherently misinforming people. I would say it's not even morally ambiguous. The problem with the Truth Gherk is that it's a very red portfolio, and I don't want to look at it. But the 13Fs don't get filed till the end of this quarter. Well, through this quarter, into the end of this quarter. Will AMD ever see 145 again? Thanks. AMD's in a tricky spot. It's got a lot of bullish call interest above 50. It's got some between 140 and 150, but it's definitely risky. I've never once heard Richard Newton say he's an expert. Then why is he making the videos? Here's, what is it like? Hey guys, here's my interpretation of a bunch of incorrect information. Actually, I changed my mind. My absolute favorite SS thing is that has happened is them convincing themselves that Roaring Kitty didn't sell to buy Chewy. That's a pretty good one. Are we feeling flat day followed by overnight downs? Well, it's not flat. It's up 100 basis points. He's trying. That's more than most people are doing. If he convinced a single person to hold that piece of shit stock through 80, 60, 50, $40, then he has done more harm than good. Incorrect interpretation of incorrect information. Sorry. 3% up, end of day. We got room to run out to 40, but I don't think so. We're gonna need another pretty big swing in QQQ, which is already up like 177 points. Russell's up 200. There's probably not going to be a ton more room today. ES hit the long-term resistance on the 15-minute. It's probably going to hold 55.34, but we could pull back a little bit after the breakout. Yields are kind of calming down a bit. Dollar's coming down a little bit. That'll reduce leverage slightly. Forward yield on volatility is back to negative. Hmm. 55.13. Yeah, I mean, we still have a pretty good ramp. I think at some point we probably fill out the rest of this ramp up to 55.40. But we're probably not going to get much higher than that today. Looks like a lot of calls are being sold out there anyway. Are you still selling calls on MMM at these levels? Yeah. I haven't sold any today, but I probably will. I sold some yesterday. I don't want to go short on it unless it fails 122. But manufacturing and industrials, they're not going to benefit from higher inflation or Fed rates being higher for longer, right? A lot of the bull case in those stocks, because they're massive piles of debt, is that the Fed is going to cut, which I don't think they will, right? As I think as that becomes apparent, like things like AbbVie and 3M and stuff are going to pull back pretty drastically. So I'll just sit in the sold spreads. I'll roll them out if I need to. Yields are good enough. How's the video up when everyone's 13F? So they dumped all their stuff. They bought the dip. Good morning, Gherk. Took losses on the 180 Tesla puts. Flipped long this morning. Already up over my losses. How's your morning going? It's going good. I'm fighting all my urge to set a stop on the call side of my straddle. We're back in V territory. Yes, we are. Mountain Man, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after this.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Back from the mountains. What's up? Still here in the city near a park. I can't tell you which one. Is there any scenario in which the Fed cuts in September? Sure. Yeah. Also, escalating military action would be bearish, right? Well, bullish on oil, right? Probably strong shift in commodities if there were any risk of international conflicts or escalation in international conflict. Somehow in the past month, we've entered bizarro world where inflation is bullish and rate cuts are bearish. Well, it's not bizarro. It's just because macro data passes through various filters and all of it depends on the current situation. I mean, rate cuts are scary now, which makes inflation bullish. Oh no, Gherk. Shrimper was awful. My Roth is ruined. What is Jesus came back as the VIX and he just keeps getting crucified over and over and again when he gets to 30. Interesting. I thought today's stream card thumbnail was real for a second. Did you get to monetize to the new Dilly song or just not up to snuff? I know you edited it, but I don't think I heard the edit yet. I've just been crazy busy. Just fucking a lot of things are passing me by right now. Inflation is still bad for the economy. It's just less bad. No, inflation allows leverage and it's good for margins, right? Up to a point. And that point is roughly the 10-year around 4.5% or higher. So as long as 10-year inflation expectations are below 4.5%, banks can keep pounding that leverage and using it to pump equities. What do you think would lead to the BOJ to raise, or is it pretty much completely off the table? How would you feel about literally every Japanese person? They're under an immense amount of political pressure to raise rates. It's very hard on the working class and the middle class and even the upper class in Japan. There are very select few multinational banks that are making tons of money on fees that support, a 0% interest rate policy. But the rest of Japan is suffering. Their currency is, bordering on worthless. And so, there's been a strong political push for the Bank of Japan to raise rates for some time now, and they've just not. Um, Weep not for the memories, Gherk. Weep not for the memories. I think there's a pullback or just up today. Probably just up. Um, Dollars losing a little bit of ground and yields are pulling back. I don't know if we'll get out to 55.50, but I think 25 isn't unreasonable. And it's really early, so I'm sure we'll get more zero DT positioning. Are we ruining Japan? Part of it, yeah. What do you think would lead the BOJ? They just raised. They just raised and they almost fucking crashed not only the Nikkei, but the US indexes as well. Will they sell T-bills? They won't. That would be a last ditch effort to save their economy. Those T-bills are political capital. They're not going to get rid of them. They're the largest holder of US treasuries in the world, more than China. China's pretty high too, though. And it gets higher on a rising dollar, which is currently happening. Is there any decent case for another volatile drop in the coming month? JPOW could cut, or labor data comes in like even worse than last month. I heard a stat back in 2010. It used to be that at 130 yen to dollar, 60% of businesses in Japan can no longer be profitable. It's rough. They also rely on imports, so inflation can be really bad for them. And remember that, oil prices are denominated in dollars, so it can get rough. I mean, it's really advantageous, right? Japan has the banking system that can handle the number of transactions that the carry trade demands. It can support the leverage that the carry trade demands, and it can hold the margin that the carry trade demands. Not many other countries can replicate that. Additionally, they have an entire country full of people that are willing to accept a lifetime of economic austerity. You're not going to find that population. It's very unique, right? From a cultural perspective, you're not going to find a population willing to put up with that, right? For any period of time in the modern world. But Japan is. Japan will. They'll work $120 an hour or 120 hours a week for decreasing pay that is decreasing at a rate of maybe 3 to 5% a week. There's an emergency meeting of their parliament to discuss rate hikes on the 23rd. You're America's favorite YouTube streamer? I don't think so. I'm trying to wrap my head around the paradigm shift in the last 1.5 months. Short vol requires leverage. All right. If short vol is what drives indexes higher, then that leverage needs to be maintained. There are 2 points at which that leverage is lost. Either rates get so high that the dollar backed debt that is the margin for that leverage collapses, or rates rapidly drop and there's a margin call on that leverage. So there's a happy medium, and I've kind of talked about this a few times, but really what the Fed wants to do is they want us to oscillate from tighter to looser financial conditions over time as credit spreads move in and out, and equities will move up and down, right? And after enough cycles of this, banks will be able to roll off their balance sheets. The problem with this is it's going to take years, right? Like at least a few years, 3, if not more. And so that's kind of exactly what we're getting, is we're getting, crazy pumps in equities. Pump equities while bonds fall. Right? buy bonds at the top, de-risk equities. Then at the bottom, you can sell bonds, long equities. Well, bottom through part of the upside. And you just do this over and over until you roll off your hold to maturity securities. And this is what the Fed wants. And the only way to create this is by holding rates. They are. They're just accomplishing the worst possible thing. And it's extraordinarily risky. Because on this section, right, if inflation fails to materialize, which, you know, it really hasn't. Like, we got a little bit of inflationary data today, which is weighted more heavily because yesterday's inflation data was mixed. If inflation doesn't materialize on the upside, there's not enough leverage to pump equities. You can't push dispersion, right? And if at any point, you know, you get to the top and rates rocket, banks will fail. So there's an insane amount of risk on both sides of it. And they're trying to thread the needle with tools that really aren't capable of it. And there's external factors, right, that are pressuring this situation. You have the treasury, which can only issue so much short-term debt at high rates, right? Otherwise they blow up the TGA and the US defaults on its debt and we get downgraded, at which point yields at the top end of the curve will skyrocket and banks will fail. And you know, at the bottom of that, you have you know, a failure for inflation to materialize, which would just immediately send us into a recession. And so, in order to oscillate from one to the other without any significant disruption, everything needs to kind of work out perfectly. Which and they do their best, right? Like they revised the seasonal adjustments to ensure that inflation would fall, right, at the last peak when rates started to get too high again. Um, and to some degree, yes, there's aspects of it that can be controlled, but not all of it, right? Because you know, you have other central banks that are cutting rates while the Fed is staying stagnant. And if the Fed gets too diverged from other central banks, that's gonna create you know, a discrepancy in rates that's going to push the dollar too high and drive rates too high, right? So they've got to stay fairly in line with, you know, Britain and the European Central Bank, the ECB. If they control all the levers, how can they fail? Easy. Someone like Japan, whose economy is being crushed by this, and the value of their currency is being destroyed, pushes back, right? And that's what we just got an example of the other day. It's not a conspiracy. It's just netting, right? We'll buy you time to net off your risk. That's their, I mean, really that's their job, right? If you think about what the Fed does, the Fed protects the banks. That's been their job since 2008. They are netting off. I mean, their balance sheets have improved, but there's just so much risk that it's going to take an extraordinarily long time to net it all off. I mean, Japan can survive a pretty long period of yen at 150 as long as people don't get too greedy in the trade again and push it down to like 160 against the dollar again. Then they can survive. It's not great for them, and it's not going to be good for their inflation. But would you say big markets are being protected at the expense of economic stability? They're being protected at the expense of long-term economic stability. Our GDP is propped up by deficit spending. There's no real growth anywhere, right? And if we can no longer deficit spend, we can no longer fuel these growth cycles. And then you get an asset value collapse. If Japan cuts rates, you get an asset value collapse. Or raises rates, sorry. If the US cuts rates, you probably get an asset value collapse. That looks cyclical until it turns into the Dunning-Kruger of deficit spending. Well, yeah, I mean, because of Yellen's issuances, right? You're getting increased bill issuances, right? That are then covered at the end of the 3 6 month period, right? And then, but the next one's just a little bit higher, and the next one's a little bit higher, and that deficit burden over time can outweigh the available funds in the TGA because rates aren't coming down because we never get it paid back off to zero, right? It's always just a little higher on the downside. And since rates are staying higher, that spread is staying wide. So you're short, medium term bullish, long term bearish. I mean, I would say mostly directionally agnostic. I have a lot of like mature US treasuries that are at like 5%. So I don't really need to do much with that part of my holdings. And then the stocks and equities, like the equities I own are mostly defensive, and then everything else I do is just trading options. A lot of which is just like income based and directionally agnostic as well. I was long yen, short Nikkei. I took profits on that. If it gets over leveraged again, I'll re-enter that trade because the payout's insane. Are you still long oil? I mean, I have Oxy, I have ZOM, I have DVN, I have exposure through equities, but I'm not like long any oil products specifically. Condors? Yeah, there's condors. I mean, I don't know if I would describe them exactly as a condor, but they're like a condor. Thanks, I got HAL shares and 40 leaps for June 2025. Nice. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to lean on our own oil production more, especially in the Permian Basin, since we're taking such a long time to refill the strategic oil reserves. And I think we're probably going to run into an oil deficit in production as we move into the end of this year. I think it's already starting, and the U.S. is out producing Saudi Arabia and Russia already. And as we ramp up that production, in order to maintain oil prices that aren't inflationary, which we need to do, or not overly inflationary, and Hal is Hal and Schlumberger are big beneficiaries of that. If Japan raises rates, will puts still cost same like shares? No, puts get really expensive. Tesla going to squeeze off the short calls. There's not many short calls. There's puts that it could squeeze. Is the server in shambles yet? I don't know. I haven't looked. I don't like exploratory oil exposure. They tend to be really cyclical. Um, Not my favorite. Thanks, estimated profit. Thanks for the pep talk last night. No problem, man. QQQ is the main beneficiary of increased leverage. Yeah, no problem. Why would the server be in shambles? I don't know. Ask Grim too. People bought unhedged puts yesterday for today's data. Pull back here before the move to 55.40. There's a little bit of resistance at 25. It's not a ton. We could definitely just break right through it. Vol's getting shorted pretty hard. All the indexes are moving up fairly equivalently, so the pump is broad. It's not very weak. I would say the next major futures resistance is either right here or at 55.60. Probably 55.60. There's a little bit here because this is where the long-term trend is. So maybe. Should check that. Is Dork awake? No. Surely the pickle jar wouldn't enter directional positions on binary events, right? Right? No. Never. Major indexes just have a bullish bias anyway. Pretty much always. How do you or the pickle jar know and hear so much bearish macroeconomic stuff, but not overhold puts? Because I mean, through pain, through repeated pain, people have learned to, well, some people have learned to take profit on their puts. I was bullish this week, Ben. I don't know what you're talking about. I definitely didn't enter puts last night, only for my straddle to just make back my losses on those. Never. Mm-hmm. I know that pain. It's an excellent teacher. What if there's never profit on puts to take? Then eat the loss before it's insurmountable. People here really need to read Daniel Kahneman's book again, Against the Gods. It's on the reading list, all right, Gaff. I don't know what you want me to do. No one's read anything on the fucking reading list, and we're 3 years into this shit. All right, that's not true. Some people have read some things partially. You've got to be a certain kind of mentally fucked up to enjoy securities analysis, right? Give me 1 second. I've read the first 3 chapters of Intelligent Investor 3 times. I just can't get past the bonds. Yeah, it's okay. You don't need to know about the larger market that influences equities. That's not important. I was gonna read it, but they literally bulldozed my local library right when I placed a hold. Listen, I'm a grown man. I don't need your dog ate my homework excuses. The only person that benefits from reading them is you. Stay on the side of the fence with your short-legged heifers and give me the full implied market maker move north right now. Oh, sweet Ben. It's not an excuse. I could definitely just buy it, but I thought it was a funny anecdote. It kind of is. Also sad that they're bulldozing libraries. What if Gen were inside? So the success of this round of leveraging up is probably dependent on the Japan decision and the following Fed meeting. Yep, probably. What kind of range does QQQ have? Well, the dollar fell back, so a little bit of the leverage is going to pull back as well. I think it fell back under 103. Yeah. Um, Yields are pulling back a little bit. I mean, today's data wasn't really all that inflationary, and it's secondary inflation data. It's just they're just levering it because it's what they want to hear, right? So I would say that we'll probably find some weakness in the upper ranges today, but there's still a chance at 55.40. Like 25 is a resistance, but there's plenty of zero DTE interest to the upside. Hmm. So we're getting some sold calls at 25. We're ready for IWM at 218 next week. Inflation isn't bullish for IWM. You know that. Can we get another large move once Yellen is done with auctions? Jackson's Hole, BOJ meeting right after. I mean, Yellen's not ever done with auctions. Jackson's Hole will probably be pretty impactful. The BOJ meeting will be impactful. The BOJ or the Japanese parliamentary meeting on BOJ hikes is probably going to be impactful. Ooh. It's slow too because I currently have no exposure, but what the sweet fuck is this rally? Inflation's back, baby. I mean, it's not really, but today's data was slightly inflationary. Are we waiting for Vega to be puts to be a good play again? Sure. Nope, GoEV beat earnings. Well, halfway. How far could IWM realistically run today? 215's the next major resistance. It's far more likely to pull back to 210. Thank goodness you bought the same side as me. Yeah, I'm worried I would make money on this trade. Looks like the market is going to be a boring green day. You think bonds are still a good hold now for the medium to long term? They're safe. I mean, I don't really like yields at 4%. I would probably wait till they're higher, but what are your thoughts on ASTS? I don't think I have any. Why does that keep coming up? Looks like the market's going to be a boring green day. You think bonds are... Is there any date for the BOJ meeting? I'm not seeing it on the trading economics calendar or Google. There isn't a BOJ meeting. There's a parliamentary meeting discussing the BOJ's rate hikes. And it's on the 23rd. Gherkin, someone bought 8,075C expiring tomorrow on Win. Okay. Yesterday morning for 5 cents a contract. They're now in the money. I think it might have been have a bit of squeezy off of this. If it hasn't already, then it probably won't. 1 second. Delta's negative at 5,500. Yields are pushing back up again. Looks kind of bullish. Let's see if this bounce fails. I did be on pullback to 210, reliant on SPX rejecting again, do you suppose? Not necessarily. Did it already test 210 intraday today? Yeah. I don't think there's any support at 215. One second, let me look at something. Delta neutral's 211.42. There's not. There's quite a bit of resistance at 1250 or 212.50 and 213. Mm. Yes, still has like another $7 on it. It needs to drop. Wind downs. I don't know if we get any. This could break up here. There's still calls. There's just a lot of resistance. Uh, this level. Especially if it doesn't break 30, it can pull back through 25. I don't think it drops that low, but it can pull back like 10 or 15 bucks. Ah, 55.60 ES. Much above 55.40. Dollar's still dropping. Oil's up. Gold's up. Trying to see if this is going to get a rejection here or not. I guess I could just confirm. Wait. Oh, there it is. Who are we auctioning today? It's like the 4 and 8 week. I don't think those are going to have a ton of impact. I won't say who, but someone forgot they had an option long MES position at 5,500. Ooh, nice. Oh no, red candle, better pump it again. What do you think of meta credit spread? 816 tomorrow, 550, 555. Now that meta is pumping. I mean, it still has resistance at like 40, I think. Yeah, it's like right at Gamma Max is 53, 536. There's a little bit of call interest at 40, 50. It's not much above 50. Is it worth it? I feel like the returns on that are gonna suck. Tons of ads. No, Google's just been playing more ads on everything. What's on shorting Carvana here? Probably too soon. Volume on futures picked up in a weird spot. It makes the move we got from it seem weak. Yeah, but it's above an important level on as far as the options are concerned. So, provided the auction data is decent, or at least not impactful, they can continue to push up to 40, 45. A little bit of a gamble. Yeah, interesting that vol's turning up here. We're above gamma neutral, so I mean this is bullish, right? We're in a bullish range. Should be fairly hard resistance at like 53.37 to 53.40. I would say it's very unlikely we get much above that today, but we still have a chance to move up to that. Why does this look like the bounces from 2022 on the daily then get rugged? That's usually how these recoveries look. Usually move up to like DN, GN, and fail if they're going to fail. Rarely do they move above both, though. Usually they get rejected off of the mean reversion. So well, the fact that we move so hard above it, I mean, yeah, this makes it a little bit weak. Like a weak, it's a weak breakout, but it's still a breakout. Vol increases could be sold calls, bots at close. It's possible. Yeah, there's sold calls above 25. I don't think vol's really substantially increased anywhere here, though. Yeah, the volume's weak. Can you tell my puts this is a weak breakout? I don't know where they are. I know a guy who's 73-year-old and went full port short the market yesterday on like 300K. Heroes get remembered. Degens never die. That's awkward. Are you managing his portfolio? Is AMD in the squeeze zone? No. Hmm. Three-month at 5.2, 6-month 5. A 4-week should be 5.2. Fed bids 301 million on the 4-week. Are you waiting until 40 to sell calls? Yeah, probably. No, not necessarily 40, but higher than this. MQ's getting frothy. Might fail 19.5. Might just find support though. I'd like to see it pull back to like 19,450 or so. $25 is support here. Need to lose 23, 22 to fail. So it's selling the put there. Yes, still running into a bit of resistance. No update on the auction data yet. Yo, they're cranking on the yen. Yep. Hmm. 4-week high yield, 5.26. 4-week bid to cover, 2.9. 8 weeks still unresolved. Your audio's too low. You're right, sitting on your hands and not taking profits on the straddle strangle at open. I still have I have a stop now. But yeah, that's usually the right choice. Back to pumps. We'll see. QQQ's still a little bit weak here. I don't think a 4.2 auction or 5.25, 5.26 auction on the 4 weeks necessarily a good thing. It implies the bond market thinks that there will be a rate cut in 4 weeks. Bid to cover sold 95 billion, 95.7 awarded at the high. I want to see what the 8 week looks like. Any in the money profit taking. Support at 20. Up here, a little bit of profit taking in the money. Mostly at the 25 support. What was the book you mentioned earlier? It was a bunch of them. Against the Gods, Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow, Securities Analysis. Which one? What am I to think of XLY leading this? Don't usually see that one in number 1. Is it? Interesting. No, retail sales was up, so why not? Also, the like retail trade has been battered, right? Like Michigan consumers coming at like all-time lows for the last 2-3 months. So I think any indication of a stronger consumer probably super bullish for that sector, right? Huh. Just shockingly stable. 8 week came in at 5.175. That just can't be good news. Dixie doesn't seem to give a shit. Let's see if we're getting sold calls here. A little bit of call selling, not very much. I think I'm gonna take a lot of risk on this put. Pretty similar. Yeah, let's just write it out and see if it fails. What data point can I use to tell my probable friend that this is not a soft landing? I mean, inflation's up despite the seasonal revisions, right? I feel like that's more than enough. Fed's gonna cut rates into rising inflation. RTY denied 2150. I loathe to long anymore on ES. That's fair. That's at resistance. The data point is there's never been a soft landing in history. Yeah, the Fed's not really very good at those. I mean, there have been, but they've always just been followed by a crash, right? Like, so soft. I mean, arguably, this was already the soft landing from like November, from November to July. What made you not wait closer to 54.40 to buy a put, 55.40 to buy a put? Aren't they expensive? They're not that bad. And if we hit 50, 55.40, we're very likely to just like smash into it and stay there all for the rest of the day. So, as far as a point of reversal goes, this is a little bit better. A rejection at 25, I would have preferred, or 27, but we did not get that. The ES test. Yes. Supports at 54.46. $19,540. The dollar pump is coming down a little bit. Oil still up. Russell fell. RSP still up. I don't think there's a single weak sector. Let's see. That kind of works. If overall leverage is down, how much do they risk back on with so much uncertainty? It would appear as much as they can. They've been doubling down on their short vol every day for like the last 3 days. So a large call OI? What OI? They have 30 cents more vol to short now, but they're not shorting it, which is, I feel like, kind of important to note. It's been so fucking fun to trade. It's been pretty fun. I fucking hate yelling and shape out. Not as much as you're gonna. GME's been benefiting. Has GME been benefiting from IWM? It benefits from mid-cap movement and Russell value. Russell 1000 value. So not directly IWM, but similar index that whose performance is fairly highly correlated. The level would like be like full bull confirmation on AMD 150, a break above 150. The 140 to 150 range on AMD is kind of meh, and prone to slipping, but above 150 it stabilizes a bit more. When red candle, I don't fucking know, man. Never. They're like trying to. I think they're trying to like reposition their calls without letting anything drop. Just super fucking boring. Or we're just like waiting for the mortgage rates, but that seems fucking stupid. I know Harker speaks at like 1 o'clock, but I can't see it taking that long to pull back after the pump. Jesus fucking Christ. We're back in positive gamma. We don't have a lot of positive gamma here, but we have some. How would you feel, Doric, about red candle in 15 minutes? 10 to 15 minutes. Or just nothing. Nothing's an option, too. How would you feel about that assertion if it compelled me to buy a put? I already bought a put. I probably shouldn't have. I bought 3 puts. Well, fuck. Yeah. I feel like even if we drop, though, it's not going to be very dramatic. We're still getting a lot of call buying at like 35.40. We're not getting enough call selling, which is really what we want to get here. Optimally options are pretty cheap. Yeah. They're getting better. Hmm. 55.44 is kind of the top of this. 35. I don't even think 35 is really resistance. Maybe. I think these calls are sold at 35 and 40, but I think it's tempting. That means the MN's pricing in flat, flat, flat. Well, they got fucking murdered on the overnight move, right? MQ just keeps arbitrarily finding support every 10 points or so. Yeah, it does. It's, I mean, there's resistance on NQ at 1950, and ES has resistance at 5560, which it's kind of fiddling with right now. But I don't really know if those are going to be. Neither one of those is like a major resistance. Fed fund futures didn't do much after the auction. Oil's still supportive. Dixie's still up. And I think moving higher. What's the idiot trade going to be today? I don't know yet. You say NQ? Look at NQ futures. I used to lose 25.40 a trade, but today I added stop losses to the mix. 4 trades and down 18 in total. This feels a lot better. Gotta find the sweet spot for stops though. It's tough when we get this like grindy upside price action because you get a lot of slippage and premium as you push to the upside, which makes it difficult to stay in like intraday call side trades. And then puts get aggressively sold, so you have to time them nearly perfectly to make money on them. Is an SLD sell off more common than not selling off? Frequently, yeah. Their impact is lessened by having supportive gamma, though. Hmm. What's tomorrow? We have building permits, housing starts, and Michigan consumer. Well, at 12 o'clock here, we have the 15 and 30-year mortgage rate. That's coming up in like 2 minutes. Waiting on that seems super fucking weird, though. I don't know why anybody give a flying fuck what the 1 week mortgage rates are. Michigan consumers tomorrow. Generally, how hard are SLD sell-offs? You can go back and look at them. They vary anywhere from like 80 to 500 basis points. Positioning going into them is pretty important. There are a few rare instances where they don't occur at all. Although those are really rare. There's only like 3 of them in the last 4 years since they moved around the margin requirements. Begins yesterday at market open, carries through Monday at market open. Could the data platform be used to look backward and test strategies? No. We could, but that's not something that we're capable of right now. It requires... That would be very difficult. Not that it isn't something we would really like to do. It is, but it's... it would be an immense amount of work. Gherkin, I've been here 3 years. I know what an SLD is. You'd be surprised, Dave. Is Netflix weakness just profit taking on calls? Netflix is just kind of weak above 660. That's why I just took profits yesterday. There's room for it to run out to 70, 75, but the positioning gets really choppy. What price did you buy Jimmy? Under 10? No, like, I don't know, like 11 or 12. Not really interested in it otherwise. I would maybe start like selling CSPs at like 11 or 12. If it went under 10, I would buy it.
I can't find old options data to test strategies. I don't know how to calculate what they would have been using the underlying data. It's because you need like robust backtesting software, which is, I mean, it's something we would really like to do, but it would be very, very, very difficult to implement. It requires not only storing an obscene amount of data, but building out all the calculations and everything would be pretty difficult as well. It sounds expensive. Yeah. I think if Dork has tons of free time, he could probably manage it this weekend. You hear that, Dork? Jesus fucking Christ. Well, momentum hasn't shifted. It's just leveled out. The best. Uh, Dollar's declining a little. I don't know if it matters, but it is. Test of 5526 will be distributive. Why the fuck is vol going up here? It's like what's throwing me for a loop is we're not getting sold calls pulling back, but we're getting vol up. This one's buying out of the money puts. Maybe out of the money calls. It's less likely though. 10% of my port in 2 months. I can't tell anyone because I only know people who hate stock talk, but I desperately want to hear what a genius I am. Well done. It's pretty good. Keep it up. I don't know how big your port is. If it's $10 and you're up two, though, I'm gonna be very disappointed. 6 figures? Oh, okay. That's very good. Risk managed, too. Nice. I must thank you because every time I see 20%, I take it. That's a damn good return. Hmm. Dispersion's breaking down a little. Forward yield on vol started to move up too, but it's really fucking slow. I guess the carry didn't like being at 7.15. Dollar's still stable. Yeah. What were the mortgage rates? 5.66 on the 15 year, 6.49 on the 30. Yeah, oil's doing pretty good. Yay or nay, 50K loan at 14%, all in on 15-minute DTE. You have to think about Barrel now, Carl. You cannot do irreparable harm to Barrel. What is SLD and how do you track it? SLD is supplemental liquidity deposits. There's no tracking it. It just occurs on a specific date and time through another specific date and time. That's the Wednesday prior to OPEX. Wednesday market open prior to OPEX, and it carries through till Monday of the following week. Monday market open of the following week. The calendar's pretty good. Yes. 3 years in, still telling people when SLD is. We have intermittent SLDs now too. Anytime we're approaching major economic events, they've upped the liquidity requirements leading into like Fed meetings and duration auctions and major economic data. Dork, we got the red candles right on time, but they sucked. I don't know what to do with that. No, I haven't read Polypotamus. Get wrecked. Well, now I need more red candles. Big ones. Why is vol going up, Dork? Are you buying 5,500 puts? Nobody's selling zero DTEs. Yeah, I noticed. The market maker's getting sad. In the money calls sub 20 are taking profit. So support's pulling back. It appears that NQ's hit a brick wall. We've left a gap 54.71.20. I don't know if a CFD is a reliable measure of gaps in the market. Do you do another Iron Condor today? If so, can post links so I can follow along for fun, or is it in Discord somewhere? I haven't done anything yet as far as selling Theta goes. Hmm. QQQ is still looking strong and resilient. A little bit, yeah. Bulls aren't selling puts near spot. Kind of weird behavior to get pinned here. Momentum's starting to die off. ES is just fucking flat against the 55.60 level. A failure at ES 55.50 would be maybe a reversal, but it doesn't look like we're getting one of those yet. I think there's some profit taking here. I'm surprised it's taken so long to run into. It's just not enough. Alright, let's see if this does it. Would you consider averaging down your put? Maybe. I think I'm far closer to just cutting it. Son of a bitch. Those are probably sold. I don't really watch Spy, but those are probably sold. Didn't DDS have earnings today? Yeah, they missed on earnings for the first time since May of 2020. What do you think about re-entering EPAM? I bought some at 180. Or have some at 180. I just sold all my options and most of my stock before earnings. I kept some. I told you I sold my calls. It was epi time. Okay. At what point do you think about re-entering EPAM at 75,000 volume? Can't be a good sign for actual retail if they're finally posting their first loss since the peak of quarantine. It's probably not. Well, it's probably not a good sign for big box retailers. But Dillard's is, I think, I don't know much about their inventory, but I think it's like super discretionary. Like luxury products. Do you set stops on stocks you hold that are good till canceled? Sometimes. Hmm. I need to look at last night's data. Where the fuck was the... 50, they're trying to squeeze. We're not going to get to the 54.50 puts today. 55.40 puts. 45, 55, 40. Uh, hmm. Still like 45. 15,570. $25.50. Hmm. Um, VIX backwardation? No, not quite. VIX up here, I think, because short calls are squeezing, but there's not a lot of them, which is kind of what's weird about it. Is there's just not that many calls out of the money to squeeze. Ooh, I should sell my calls here. I could wait. Mm-hmm. 55.40 is, yes, very much still resistance. How do we get call selling? Oh, yes. A little bit. Charm is still extraordinarily supportive here. IWM runs into resistance at 213. Should really watch NQ main on here. VIX at 1551. This has got to be the extent of the pump. No, technically we could test 45. Which we may do. This is exhausted yet, but we are getting a lot more call selling. Also, Cintas split in September. Balance sheet and margins, everything looks good on it. Should dump it before the split or wait? I mean, generally there's a pullback post split, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the price of the stock is going to fall, right? It's usually more of an effect of the options chain repositioning after the split. Also, don't forget about, like, tax on cost and your dividend and all of that. I think Cintas has a dividend, right? Their margins have been doing fine. It's usually a pretty solid company. Big old blue chip. I've been aggressively selling CCs on pops in my SKQQ position. I just considered going full bull and writing on all my shares. Last time this occurred on 8-1, just before NQ dumped heavy. That sucks. I don't know. What are you trying to do? Like harvest volatility decay? It's, it's not all that profitable of a strategy. Can you help me understand why VIX is being weird? Well, either someone's buying puts out of the money, a lot of them, or short calls are squeezing, but there's like no calls here. So I don't know what the fuck would be squeezing in this range. Very few calls here. Maybe like out of the money sold calls are squeezing off, but I kind of doubt that. So it's possible people are either de-risking some short vol or picking up tail risk hedges. Kind of the same thing. No, I'm saying I'm getting very bullish, which probably means I need to be wary. There's no soft landing. Everyone knows there's no soft landing anymore. It's the carry trade already made that unbelievably apparent. Hmm. That would be really weird. Dollar's turning up. This should be good for the bulls, but dispersion keeps breaking down. Hmm. Forward yield on vols starting to turn back around. Carry's still getting levered up though. Maybe we just need like repositioning on forward vol. Let it cool off. It's a trading strategy where you short the index vol and you log the volatility in the underlying. How do you fucking not know what dispersion is by now? Do you have Google? It's not hard to look up. I'm sorry if you already covered this, but how is GoV liquidity looking these days post earnings? It's still pretty thin. The borrow rate's rising. It's getting a little bit of covering on the earnings beat and the move up, but not very much. Nothing significant happening. Still getting shorted in its ETFs. Huh. Red candle. Not mean. VIX up, SPX up, VIX up, SPX up. When you said you were selling calls when you tested 40, how far dated are you selling? Zero DTEs, or do you do longer dated? I was just gonna sell some zero DTEs. Strangle Baba for earnings on close. If you want to overpay for options, sure. I don't want to sell it. Put it 40. Oh, sell it 40. No, the risk of a bounce back is too high. This is very interesting. Oh, there you go. Dispersion breaking down. That fucking took forever. I wonder what the continuation there will look like. Should probably be careful. They haven't sold a lot of puts in this range, so we need to get below 25 to hit the sold puts. We might just find support here. $32, $30. Took forever, but it was right on time. Oh no, the one that took 9 minutes was back here. It just sucked. Still too much buy side support on NQ. Found support, not necessarily. 30 has some support, so does 25, but that doesn't mean they're gonna act as support. We could still fail them. There's been in the money profit taking, so I think more importantly, volatility is still going up. Huh. Interesting. Huh. So, carry trade leverage is rocketing, but dispersion's still falling apart. So it looks like those are like kind of inversely correlated right now, which means they're levering up to try to prevent a breakdown. Wonder where this would go if it really got moving. There's some put volume around 30, not much. There's a lot of sold puts out at 20, 10, and 5,500. 25 is still the downside support. 30 is meh. Under 25, there's been a lot of profit taking on the call side. So there's not any calls. There's not a lot of call side support under 25. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if QQQ continues to break down and dispersion snaps or like correlation snaps back up, maybe we get like kind of a bigger failure. Because this could pick up a lot of momentum really fast. What's the idiot trade? I haven't done one yet. If we considered a crash, Bull's backed in a corner. I mean, it's they're up. They only really the Bulls really only have like 0 DT positioning anyway. And they're still being really cautious with their short vol positioning. Hmm. Well, that's fun. Bulls up 140 bips. They're asking if they're backed into a corner. I mean, there's only so much you can leverage up the 0 DT. Really wish I'd gotten my fill at 360. Oh well. 25, 20. The market maker still wants this shit back at like 55.10. There is profit taking. Correlation starting to turn back around though, so there's some support in NQ. Dollars moving up, that's getting leveraged. Problem here is like any bounce could be huge. Sure, getting some put selling. Hmm. Why is Siri not soaring 50% like I wanted? I have no idea. Why? Hmm. Interesting. One. Huh. Still kind of like shit. Huh. We could still get a continuation. I don't think we've dropped enough for a V. Like if we tested 20 or 25, maybe. I'm not even sure Bull's trying to turn this around here is the best idea. This isn't like a spot where they have really good leverage. 25 was a little bit better, but we kind of missed that. They're under 25. They could sell the 25. Two years back at 4.1. 5 years at 3.8. 10 years at 3.936. Hmm. Oh. I repositioned all of my assets on Tuesday for a bull market. My thesis was that we're going to crash, but since the media pushed the sombra, it kind of messed with my bearish thesis. Hmm. Okay. I don't think being bullish in the short term is bad. But I don't think labor's gonna get better. I mean, it's still already at like historic highs. I think recession fears are apropos. And they're probably not going to go away anytime soon. God, unskippable ads. You're welcome for the 10 cents ad revenue. That's like what I get per day from everyone. You only represent a fraction of that. How many big bank CEOs do you think have made calls to big tech CEOs saying, hey, if you want your stock value to stay high, start hiring seasonal labor? Hmm. What fucking position do tech companies hire seasonal labor for? That labor pool is like exhausted anyway. It's all the other jobs that no one wants to work. If Grid got $50 an ad, he'd be mashing that button. Yeah, absolutely. AI, Blackberry picking, data mining. Mm, janitors. I don't think any of those. Maybe data entry, but I think it'd be hard to justify any large scale operations involving that. QQQ bounce on the EMA is pretty weak. Might still test 19.5. They're trying to sell puts at 25, but that's going to leave them open to getting squeezed if we drop again. Oh, what do I want to do here? I don't want to fucking stay short if it's going to bounce again. Okay, so we bounced back up, retested 55.58, rejected on 55.58. Momentum's still slightly bullish on the short term. Turning on the 5-minute. Bearish on the 15. Huh. Carvana 150. Ooh. Hmm. It's just above Gamma Max now. There's still some call interest out at like 52.50. Might be too soon. Hit 52 the other day. I might wait. If it tested 60, I'd definitely want to sell calls on it, but I don't think I'd want to do it at 50. I love shooting Carvana. It's fun because it's like it goes up, but it's a worthless sack of shit, right? Consumer sentiment tomorrow important. Very. So are consumer inflation expectations. There's a DGen part of me that just wants to buy a put on a video before earnings to see if they miss. I think it's still too soon, right? We're just starting to see the capex dump and their biggest customers. So I think Nvidia's earnings are probably pretty good. Let's get here a few minutes ago. What's positioning look like? Bulls are trying to sell puts at 30 and 25 to stabilize this drop. However, by doing that, they've kind of opened themselves up to getting squeezed out if we continue to sell off. There's a lot of profit taking from in the money calls that were bought yesterday, and they're trying to kind of fight back against that. They may be successful. If they are, we can rip back to like 55, 40, 45. Probably don't go much higher than that for the day, though. I don't think I'll be bullish till after a correction and mid caps start making money again. I mean, I have very little interest in buying the S&P above. I mean, like I'll go long, I'll get some leaps and stuff when we get these, like cyclical turnarounds and leverage, but like actually long, I probably wouldn't want to buy the S&P above like a PE of like 18, maybe 20, and that would really require some finesse on the treasury's part. Cool, so either puts or calls. Got it. I'm not really sure either is great here. This is probably just a bad level to try to do anything. Calls might be somewhat favored, but not very much. The current PE is like 28.89. A PE of 20 would probably put us. Fuck. I don't know. Like, somewhere around like 3,800. Yeah, it's like 3,800. Roughly. You know what kind of bothers me about this pump is like none of these days have been particularly strong into the back half of the day. Like we keep failing to find buyers at our most bullish point, right? Which is odd. Like all of our gaps are in the overnight. There's no like strong intraday moves or strong intraday buyers. And I get that we're like gamma like down here that's more likely because it's far more advantageous to try to pump when the market maker's presence is less impactful because then you don't have to fight back against the like negative gamma. But we're kind of doing the same thing today. And the MM's supportive now, so it's like where are the buyers? Why aren't they coming in? They're levering up, but it's like all the bullishness is on the short vol side and not in the calls, which is strange. It's really strange. We just got a market correction, like a massive one. The question, I think, is that correction going to turn into a bear market over time? And it's possible. I mean, the macroeconomic conditions are not improved. Market corrections don't improve macroeconomic conditions. I think that's the first thing to understand, is the price of the market is separate from the economy. I feel like it's not a correction if it immediately uncorrects again. That's exactly what a correction is. The USD JPY carry trade is unwound. End of story, buddy. Thanks, Jamie. I was worried. It's okay. I'll plow all my money back into my 401k like a good little boy. Another leg down. It looks like it. Can you not mock us chatters with jobs and 401ks? I wasn't mocking you. I'm mocking the general populace at large. No money into the 401k because I need money for zero DTEs, Chad. Is it a? It's not a correction if it's not from the correctional region of France. Some dude on Bloomberg disagrees. I don't give a shit what those people think. They also told people to buy Nvidia at like 140 right before it tanked. How will the market know when to stop dropping since you haven't drawn a line below where we are? There's lines below where we are. It's plenty of them. They're the market experts. Let's leave the analysis to them. Then why is it that like the majority of hedge funds can't beat the S&P? You'd think that that would be the lowest bar, right? Like you're not even a hedge fund if you're returning 5% a year. And yet 90% of them fail to even accomplish the simple task of buying the fucking index. But they're not offering like risk adjusted returns on the S&P either. And you can just do that with JP like JEXQ or JEXX. Why do people invest in hedge funds? Status symbol, 40% returns. Or more. You said the majority of hedge funds don't beat the S&P. They don't. Keep churning those wheels. You're gonna get there, Jeff. What do you think is the reason? There's got to be an explanation. They suck. The promise of the returns. Yeah. Maybe because they're just supposed to be a hedge to a client position. No, they're like the risky part. Well, usually they're the risky part of their portfolio, right? High risk, high return. People invest in hedge funds for the connections, the events the hedge funds throw to connect clientele. Those people don't need returns. They like them. Somebody beats the S&P by going long SPY. He's my quant. Full disclosure, I'm now broke. Pull back the stop. Not really. Mm-hmm. 42 is resistance. 50 is resistance. This piece of shit. Momentum's flattened out again. Still bearish on the 50 and slightly bullish on the short entry. Fucking piece of shit. Fail? A lot of put volume at 30-35. I assume they're selling those. Charm is very close to spot. Turning slightly more negative. Still getting a little bit of delta falling off. They're not called high risk, high return funds, though. I know. Little Delta is a cool rap name. Actually, yes. Hmm. Time is it? 1:21? Hmm. High or low on IQ? Hmm. A lot of bottom wicks on NQ15. Yeah. Catching the knives. So far. I would short it above 19.5. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I probably wouldn't short it unless it failed like 19,490. Hmm. Well, we drifted up since Harker started talking. don't think he said anything all that important. Drifted up since the on RRP came in down. Interesting. Dixie's rising again. Correlation starting to turn back around on that NQ rejection at 50. Still haven't broken above 55.60 ES. Way too much support at 55.50 though. Gets it back at 15.50. XLY, RTY both trying new high a day. Yeah. What's oil doing? 50. Gold's up 50 bips. Pounds up against the dollar, but not enough. Euro's down against the dollar still. Yen's almost back at 150. USD yuan is 718. It's not going to have any negative effects on yields. Because that's where their hedge is. Market up, continue tone, else reverse tone, end Fed script. Yeah. Lower high here, hopefully. I think he'd care more about the lower high here, not this. It must have said something, because Fed Fund futures priced out a couple more points. Something hawkish. Ooh, Netflix is climbing back up. Everything should be. AMD to 50 still is risky. Yeah, it is. Take profits and run, or are my SPY calls going higher? It's going to be kind of hard for us to move much higher than this today. Much like it was earlier, but there's still like $9, $8 of upside range. I'm not sure we're not just going to set a lower high here though, because we're over leveraging this quite a bit. Which leaves them exposed to the downside on a rejection. Did you cut your TWLO yesterday when it tested 62? No? Think so. No, I still have it. See you later, Proven Crown. About to expose my downside to them. What are the chances that we chop here for the next 2 hours? Pretty fucking good. They've sold a lot of puts at 25, which is going to make it difficult to break to the downside of it. Super fun if we do, though. This actually might not. That matters. This retest matters. I wonder if they've been selling puts at 35. A little bit. Not too many. MACD just tells you stocks went down and up. Jimmy's starting to get kind of illiquid. A little bit. You. Only good enough for the tips to touch and the shafts to rub furiously against each other. No, they're still spreading apart. How do you force separation in your mind between macroeconomy and market trading? This has been hard for me. Any particular books that cover this? No. Video above 122.60. Yep. Next resistance is like 124.50. Although I don't really think 122.60 mattered, but 120 mattered. $125 is probably pretty important. There's a lot of sold calls there. Sort of fucking test this. Forward trends are positive. 23%. Seems kind of important. Carry leverage is breaking down a little bit. Yen up against the dollar. Slightly. Double top? Maybe. Not yet on ES though. Still need to move up another $2. Another 75 cents. IWM is getting pretty close to resistance too. Max is killing it since earnings. It's up almost like 11%. It's got its dividend soon though. I think X dividends Monday, so it might pull back a little on that. One Pickles pick on Cat. Cat's in a pretty okay range here. It gets more bullish above 350 though. How are the chances to break 55.25 to the downside today or tomorrow? I would say if tomorrow it's going to be data dependent. Today maybe like a 20 or 30% chance. It's still kind of decent because they're selling too many puts near the money. So if we like fall into those short puts, we can squeeze down a little bit. Although I think we'd find support and bounce really hard off of it. There's a chance to get some decent downside momentum. We just haven't gotten any good breakdowns. Well, we got the one earlier. It was okay. But there wasn't enough. There weren't enough short puts near the money when we dropped earlier today. So kind of risking it, hoping we push into the short puts a little. We're still like way above the MM hedge. Like the MM's getting kind of close to 55.20. So as charm starts to decay, a failure to break above 55.40 is going to be kind of bearish. That's going to put some downward pressure on spot. Right now, bulls are kind of running away from that though. And the effect of that's not really pronounced until you get out to like 2:30, 3 o'clock. QQQ looks like it's on the precipice, but it will not then likely chop here into close. Thoughts? MQ's got decent support at 19.5. We already tested it. It wouldn't be shocking to see some pullback. We're starting to get vol up again a little bit here. Might be some more profit taking in the money. And the video's holding QQQ up. It's not alone. Amazon's up like 4%. Apple's up one, like almost 1.5. Microsoft's up, right? Yeah. Tech is up pretty much across the board. AVGO's up 5%. Tesla's up 6. It's just the biggest. Is it? Pretty sure Apple and Amazon are both significantly larger. Apple and Microsoft are both way larger. Yeah. Apple's like 3.5 trillion right now. Fucking absurd. AVGO is getting over 3/4 billion or 3/4 trillion too. When's Carvana joining the Mag 7? When their debt payments don't exceed their cash flows? Still any interest in Bayer? I have a little bit of it. Not very much, but I do have a little. Some, yeah. It's like 46, 47. Delta's not coming down. Term staying flat. Ooh, that's interesting. Huh. This is so fucking boring. AWM get rejected? Not really. 211. 19387.
6. Here's the high. Short. Gold here. Hmm. What fucking gold gets support there? On a rising dollar. I don't think we go higher than 45 or 46 today. That's kind of grindy anyway. Yes, might hit like 5,600 tomorrow, provided the data stays inflationary. I'm curious why gold is down too. Yeah, gold's behaving sort of strangely today. Might just be a lot of buyers. But silver and copper are up quite a bit too. It's tomorrow's data and expectations. We have home sales, I think, permits, and Michigan consumer. I think consumer sentiment's expected to improve slightly. And inflation expectations are probably expected to remain flat. But current conditions could fall. If sentiment falls, that'll be bad against today's bump in retail sales. And we'll see what happens with building permits. Seasonally, I think they should drop. Like housing starts and building permits should both be dropping right now. They never got very high this year anyway. The consumer sentiment retail sales are lagging though, because we're hitting like the wealth bubble was like starting to re-expand back into like the end of well, back from like the end of April on. Um and so a lot of the data we're getting now, like the higher inflation and the numbers from that are due to that expansion. I can't imagine any of those metrics causing a large swing. I mean, retail sales shouldn't have fucking NQ up
250 basis points in a day either. But here we are. No, we haven't closed yet. But I doubt we're going to close substantially lower. I mean, what, like $20? I mean, there's not that much range here. We're not gonna, it's not like we're gonna fail 5,500 or something. Hmm. Why are you overholding your puts? Why not? You keep talking like this. I'm gonna buy more TMV calls. What's the next most likely scenario, right? Is that like the 10 and 20 move back up towards like 4 point, I don't know, 10 back to like 4.3, 4.4. If the Fed doesn't cut rates, the 20 yield's gonna rocket. Well, that would mean that the value of the 20-year drops. Does VIX know it's not supposed to rise when the market rises? It's, I mean, on that test, it's probably short calls. Could be short vol pulling back at the highs. Do I want a high yield, low cost bond? I don't know, do you? They're pretty fun. Fill the gap. It's a little bit of profit taking there, not very much though. Fucking overconfident. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe just the right amount of confident. Ugh.
Oh, goody. Assign these. $2.15. Yawn. Yeah. One second, guy. 1 second. 2 seconds. What the fuck? I haven't been the same since the sweet little dune bucket broke my heart. I'm too insignificant to even. Do you want to be timed out? Is that the thing? Is that what's going? Here, I'll time you out. Boom. What was it?
It's fucking stupid. Did it fucking bounce again? How many 1+ percentages are we gonna get? Yeah, I see they left the gap. Could get a few more. Does this SLD? Until Monday at market open, yeah. TWLO just stuck in a bear flag? There's a bunch of sold calls to the upside that's getting hung up on. I mean, this little drop, is this the red candle to set it off? Oh, I have no idea. Usually the bigger part of like any bearish SLD move occurs overnight. Sometimes you get one intraday, but it'd be odd. So far, we haven't got anything even remotely resembling a sell-off today. So aside from 2022, bulls simply always win. I think the expectation should be that the market's going to pump if leverage is available. I feel like everyone was pretty clear about that. Can you say something whimsical and funny so my don't smack my head into a wall? Why are you doing that? Again, I don't think we go much above 45 or 46 today. Puts? Yeah, those aren't doing great. They still could, though. During PPA release, I messaged you some thoughts on bond yields and energy. Could you tell me if you agree? I don't even think I saw them. Hmm. I'll watch it on my third screen. Gherkin, flap your arms when it's time to buy calls at the top. What would curb leverage? Dollar down? Yeah. Bulls need a dollar to go up pretty badly over the last few days, and they got mixed inflation data. And so, because the data was mixed, everyone's leaning into retail sales being inflationary. It was a big bump in retail sales. Um, it's just catching every red candle things again. It makes me irrationally angry. Just test 25, then bounce. That's cool. This is not. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. I agree. But nobody wants to miss the opportunity to sell a put. It also overexposes them to downside moves, which generally means when you do get a drawdown, they're larger than they should be. There's just no guarantee that you actually get one. Correlation is starting to break down a little bit. If we get a slip in NQ, maybe. Forward yield on vol is turning up slightly. And the yield curve is reinverting, which is going to be bullish. So, I mean, just expect things to keep being bullish, right? I have more faith on those below DNGN. Yeah, yeah. As you should. Especially this range between like gamma neutral and gamma max. It's better to just be bullish. Like almost all the time. It's very easy being bull. Yeah. Hey, they filled the gap. Thoughts on BOJ, or did you already cover it? Thoughts on what about the BOJ? I've covered it extensively for like 2 years. Is there something specific you're wondering about? God damn it, Dave. It's very hard being a bull when you're a bear. That's why I buy straddles every night. It tells me what I should be, and then I can lose money on the other side. Tell me your thoughts about it later. Not so much the gold thing, but more so on the speculation of bond yield activity and stagflation leading to the Fed meeting as a result of PPI. Yeah, the PPI print was a bit stagflationary. GDP will cement that. Well, it'll cement it more. And we're not really going to have stagflation until Yellen stops issuing debt on the short term, right? That'll maintain a higher rate of GDP and GDP. However, when she stops doing that, inflation's probably going to explode because it's got to go somewhere, right? Those puts just lottos? I don't know, I guess. They weren't at one point. They are now. I mean, they're not really lottos. There's a pretty clear path to testing 20. We're just not realizing it ever. Because every time we start to break down even a little bit, they sell a bunch more puts and pump us up. Ooh, 5530p, and that one's hurting. Yep. Charm is still very positive. It would probably stay positive unless we lose 40. Either need profit taking or repositioning. Forward yield on vols turning up and correlation starting to break down a little bit again. Only $10 out of the money. You'd think it was $50 away. Yeah, it's not very far out of the money. It's just that the puts are being sold really heavily, which pushes the bid down and crushes the premium. But if we drop, they'll get squeezed, and so their premium will go up really, really fast. Why are they selling puts to pump when retail sales did the pumping for them? What makes you think retail sales did any pumping on its own? That's not how that works. I think I'm done with trading stocks. I'm risk manage and roll out my positions until I close them, and then I'm done. Why? I mean, that's fine. Just wondered why. What's the power hour play? 5,600 calls? There's no room to 5,600 today. 45. 46. Even that's going to be hard. So the chance for SPX to go back to 5,200 gone now? Yeah. And we're back above gamma neutral as of this morning. So, bull territory. But we got the fucking Fed meeting coming up, and we're gonna have labor data. I keep doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. Sounds like you're just like over managing things. Tired of losing money. Yeah, losing money sucks. How about it close at 55.34.99? Um, Unreasonable, but probably not going to happen. Let's see. Yeah, 35 is still super supportive. And we're not getting a ton of out of the money interest. And so, like, the chances of testing 50 are still really low. But, like, the 25 and 30 aren't really selling off very much. And profit would need to be taken on both of those. Probably for us to fail the 35 sold puts. This city in California called Vacaville. I've been there. Quaint combination of Spanish and French words that's pronounced like neither, which I would offer as the name for Bullatory. I've made a poor decision selling that call. You sold the 35 in the money? Interesting. How long do we stay in Bullatory? 6 weeks? Probably just push us up to Gamma Max if they get enough leverage, right? Selling puts gives them infinite leverage. It's their superpower. Yeah. Well, not infinite, but a lot. As long as vol isn't ever going down, right? Or up. As long as vol is only going down. Does it bother you at all that all these buy and hold stocks only go up? People have been killing it this year. Have they? Well, we've been on the verge of an economic meltdown. There was a lot of people who bought Nvidia at 140 and sold it at 100. I remember you once chewed me out for like an hour on stream and clipped it for me selling puts on SPY. Was the market going down? Is the BOJ carry trade specifically an inevitable catalyst? Yeah, pretty much. At least for now, because banks need to continue to leverage it in order to prop up their depository demand, right? they can trim back leverage over time, but it's a slippery slope. You get somebody getting out, and then everyone wants to get out, and you end up with what we got a couple weeks ago. Anything that could cause vol to increase, other than a major global event, sure, they could pull back some of the short puts. That made vol go up today. The path back to like VIX at 12 isn't going to necessarily be smooth. But I mean, maybe I need to be clear here. The Bank of Japan backed off on their rate cut, and everybody's going to try to leverage everything they feasibly can to get back markets back to where they were because they got fucking rug pulled. Broadly, nothing's changed. Everybody who bought bonds might get fucked because bonds are going to rip. Yeah, new all-time high. Why not? Maybe a little harder. Leverage will be a little more slippery, but yeah, I mean, that's what they're going to do. This is probably going to be the next like 2 years, so just get used to it. The the corrections will probably get more extreme, and the recoveries also more extreme. What price do CTAs start buying? I think it's like 56 something. They stop selling. It's not that they start buying. I think it's like 56, 60 something. CTAs didn't even get a dump very much. We weren't below the second trigger for very long, and we closed below it even less often. What are your thoughts on AST Space Mobile? I have no opinions on it. Why does everyone keep asking me about that company? Yeah, that's the best time to buy something after it moves up 50%. Genius. It's the soup du jour. Yeah. Chances we fall back through GN if data tomorrow is bad? Or is it too well defended at this point? I highly doubt we lose 5,500 on Michigan consumer sentiment. It looks like things will close tomorrow. Fun Monday. My goodness, this has been such a clusterfuck. Interesting. Do we have the same lawyers? CT is buying and selling as a drawn out process over a few days. Yeah, it's not immediate. CT is one's responsible for huge volume candles. They're systematic traders. They trade on specific, like statistical triggers. A lot of those being like variance, right? Like returns over a set period of time, and then they buy standard deviation moves. It's a viable strategy wait for negative catalysts on stocks that get oversold. If so, what would you look for on entries? Thinking like Google or CMG. Yeah, you can. I mean, that's just dip buying. It, it depends on the negative catalyst. You have to have some understanding. I mean, you're probably not going to have a very high win rate just buying everything that tanks. Some things just keep tanking. It was good knowing you, Hamburger Helper. Do they trade it at end of day or any time during the day? They can trade whenever. There's no specific set time. Sometimes it closes, but I mean, yeah, there's nothing locking that in. Could this be the next 2 years unless BOJ doesn't raise and the Fed doesn't lower for 2 years, which is impossible, right? It's not impossible, but yeah, this could absolutely. I mean, this is what the Fed really wants, right? Cyclical inflation that slowly bleeds out over time while they maintain high rates to protect the banks. There's problems with that, right? There's a lot of external risk that the Fed doesn't have any control over. There's central bank divergence, which, other economies are going to look out for their own interests, including Japan. And so, the Fed can't control the world. They can only control the things they can control with the tools that they have available to them. This is the soft landing. I mean, it still culminates in something bad happening eventually. It just drags it out. Meta always bounces back. Netflix too. Yeah, Netflix tends to do pretty well. It didn't bounce back in 2022. Ask Bill Ackman. No bad thing has happened ever. Yeah, exactly. If we're levering back up, does that put some more equity plays into Pickles picks? Yeah. Were there not some already this week? I feel like there were. There was Netflix, HAL, and SLB. Let's Rich. How are those doing? Oh, nice. Ooh, fucking Schlumberger rocketed today. How do you feel about Oxy? I own it. I got stopped out of HAL and SLB yesterday for break even. Are you getting stopped out of like sold spreads? Ugh, never mind. They're already risk limited. You're a slumberger. Just gonna roll. Hmm. Okay. Huh. He's never gonna recover from that. I'm confused. How long are you gonna hold your Oxy? I don't know. A while? Years? Did you add to your GoEV positions after yesterday's earnings? No, but before yesterday's earnings, I sold a bunch of $1.50 puts. Because the yield was like 25%. Hey now, what's up? Actually pays a good dividend. It's kind of shit. That's like 1.55%. Red? Barely. I need a lot more fucking red than that. You still CCs on them? Yeah. Almost all the energy stocks I sell covered calls on. They tend to have a little bit better liquidity in their options chains than most other dividend shit. No, they're not. They're a little bit better. BTI Very does not have that liquidity. Any sold puts at 40? No, not a lot. Most of them are sold at 35. Still have to lose 35. 35 and 25 are the major levels for like downside momentum or a big breakdown. If SLD could come tonight, that would be great. My liquidity is bursting at the seams. How do I get that sweet, sweet release? I don't know. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Just give him a wrist. Hmm. You already got a little peek under the shirt yesterday. I think that should be enough to hold him off for the next couple of years. Do you own a couch? SLD's not over. It just started yesterday morning. And the market just sold off 10%. I check the options chain and how, and CCs aren't really worthwhile. Frequently, they're not. But there's some times when they're okay. If you're approaching earnings or you have an opportunity to sell, like the OPEX expiry, like the monthly expiries in the money, those can be pretty good. And we pretty much almost recovered all of that 10%. What the fuck do you think was going to happen? There's two options. Either we keep going down or we go back up again. Another 10% down. We didn't even get below delta neutral. Or hear this. We chop? That sounds awful. As you very clearly called out, we tend not to get below DN or not for long. Well, we have in the past. We've gone below DN, and it's super fucking bearish. Like SPX, I think drops like an average of 5% after crossing, like closing below DN to the downside. It's just very unlikely to close below it. Also, when we dropped to the JPM puts, everybody and their mother sold the 5170 as hard as they feasibly could in order to stabilize the market and bring vol down. Also, because selling vol when it spikes super fucking hard is free money. Hmm. Hmm. You have too much fucking support at 40 here. Boring. Hmm. Yeah, Charm's still support. Charm's supportive as long as we stay above 40. Okay, but when down? I mean, the next big chance at markets going down is probably going to be the Fed meeting. Maybe the BOJ parliamentary decision if they try to, vote to force the Bank of Japan's hand. Selling SPX put spreads on a rising market, free money. It can be, yeah. It carries risk. I mean, it's never free money, but it's money. I remember the Jackson hold downs. That was awesome. That was a fun day. There's going to be some upset if Powell doesn't cut rates, and I think he's probably very unlikely to. And if he does cut rates, there's also going to be some upset. The carry trade's almost right back where it was when Japan fucking announced the cut. I wonder if the Fed does a 2.5 cut in September to try to keep on a tightrope. They're going to bump inflation if they do. And like a 0.25 cut still has a significant impact. I mean, look at the impact from Japan going from 0 to 0.15. If you had to guess, is the BOJ Parliament meeting more likely to be why did you crash our market meeting or why did you back off the rate hike meeting? It's supposed to be about the rates, um, but we'll see. Power hour, yeah. Ooh, failure of 40. Okay, so if we get a little lower than this, charm might turn negative. Maybe. Ooh. Oh, hello. How about we just don't get support at 35 and 25 and we just fuck the short puts? That'd be nice. Let's do that. Yeah, save my sold calls. You greedy son of a bitch. I can't believe that was only 7 bips. Yeah, it's not very much. Failure to regain 40 is important here for continuation. Ooh, neato. I like that. Fuck, futures got support of 55.62. Hmm. Fuck some short puts, yes, please. Fuck that guy saying they were free money. I mean, if you choose them wisely, it can be a very high potential win rate in a trending market. I've got GOEV $2 CSPs expiring tomorrow. Slightly down on them. Does the position show a likely close below 150 for the week? I'm trying to decide if tomorrow would be best to close. You could always roll them. I think it's time to buy multi-month IWM out of the money puts or near the money put debit spreads. Yeah, I mean, if inflation's gonna go up, that's not gonna be good for small caps. If JPOW doesn't cut, IWM's probably gonna tank. Because they're gonna revise the Fed fund, like the whole Fed fund forward curve, right? We're gonna get another dot plot at the September meeting too. If he does cut, tech will tank. So will the dollar. That's a dot plot. The Fed's summary of economic projections, or SEP. Hmm. That was interesting. A little more volatility under the end of the day. Ooh, I want to sell more calls. Is that over my limit? A little bit. A retest of the high here is actually still distributive. And a lower high is bearish. So if this fails, not great. Well, not terrible, but not great. Don't do that. Don't give me hope. I don't know what you have. There should probably not be any hope. Except for my soul calls. Can still test 45. Or not. Oh, that's not worth it anymore. Hmm. The past hour has been super neat and exciting. So usually when price starts to distribute out, I know I've told you this to you guys before, but as it fails, you usually get like panic buyers and they come in and buy it up. And if they fail to break a new high, that can usually mean that it reverses down. It doesn't always, but like the failed buy in to prevent the failure is usually bearish. Sometimes excessively so. Not always. I mean, sometimes, you fail and then just recover and distribute out again. But it can be because they tend to leverage up the failure point. And so if you fall back through it, price slips really hard. So they probably sold like a bunch of 40 puts there. And now if those 40 puts go in the money, right, they'll squeeze, which could push us into the 35s, which can squeeze into the 30s, which can squeeze into the 25s, right? I mean, at some point here, they're probably going to try to save it, or at every point, they're going to try to save it, but it opens up the possibility. I think it just randomly appears. Mm, 19,570 support on NQ. It's been pretty solid for the last 2 hours, hour and a half. Even before that. Where did I sell this in the money call? What was I thinking? I don't know. You wanted to lose 500 bucks? Japan's Ministry of Finance is considering raising the assumed long-term interest rate to 2.1%. I feel like this isn't feasible. It'd be very awkward. The assumed long-term inflation rate? Every time you explain this type of price action, I realize how little I know after such a long time, but getting better slowly, better every day. There's a lot to learn. So zero DT puts on SPY. I mean, if it fails, it hasn't failed. That would be like your confirmation, right? You could maybe take an early entry on the higher low, but you'd really want it to break here. Otherwise, it's like just more consolidation, like I said, right? Is this bullish consolidation at 55.40? No. No, I wouldn't say this consolidation is particularly bullish. It was, and then it broke up and failed. A second lower failure would be, kind of bearish. That would be like the 35 test. If that were to happen. Maybe. I don't know. They've leveraged the fuck out of 40. Yeah, we're above GM. The vol downtick. Yep. I feel like they're baiting me into butterflies here. I might open one at 55.40. I think the risk reward on it's probably pretty fucking good. Mm. Yeah, it's okay. Ooh, I like that one. Hmm. Is that an equivalent high? 43.65. 43.65. Okay, yeah, so same high. Hmm. If I'm not particularly worried about it going on. Support at 30 and 25 are pulling back. Still only fucking $15. I'm not making money today, but I've used stop loss take profit built into the order, taking my average loss from 30 to 5. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Might stop. My stop might be too tight. Maybe. The video looks like it has some downward momentum here. Not enough. I'm more concerned with Apple failing. Apple's got a ton of support at 225 too. Big short vol leverage. This is the 45, 46 test. Well, Charm's still supportive here. If we hold 40 into like the last 15 minutes of the day, we might be able to test 50, which would sell off super hard. So buy and the mini put there. I don't know if we hold this into the end of the day, but if we do, But I might call her tomorrow before we rocket into close. Does this look bullish? It's, I mean, it's not really anything. There's like $3 of upside left until the last 10-15 minutes of the day. Charm's supportive, so I mean, it's not going anywhere. We touched 62 today. I think so. The video is selling off a tiny bit. The hedge is still at 25, 26. Ooh. When 5,400? I don't know. A few weeks at least. Or no, it's not coming anytime soon. I have a line drawn at 62. It has to be important. I don't remember. I think that was like gamma neutral before when we were on our way down. $65 is important. So is 85. Still not below 122. The only downside level on the video that would matter would be 120 anyway. Just sell my put and buy a call. I don't think this is gonna do much else today. It's probably just gonna consolidate into close. I might get some repositioning at the end of day that could swing things, but that could literally go either way. It's mostly random at that point. What's shocking is I don't think a single call has made any fucking money since like 350 or 150. Yeah, and that's the reason the behavior is so weird. Is because all the upwards price action is driven by sold puts, not bought calls. Fucking zero DTs. I got some 30 DT strangles in NVIDIA. It was a bit expensive, but NVIDIA hardly ever fails being volatile, leading to earnings. $13 sell off. That'd be cool. I've returned. I have $99 settle cash. Hit me with the best 15 minutes of expiry. Well, it's hard for us to go much higher. There's no more gamma above like 46, 47. But we have positive charm from 40. So the decay is pushing up on price. If we failed 40, we could get some movement. That's pretty much the only thing here. We could crawl up a few more bucks into close. It's really not the best situation for 15 minutes of expiries. Well, either it's not the best situation or it's insane because it'll drop $20. But for some reason, I don't think that's happening. And NQ is just like full bull going for 19.6. No, I think even if we lost 40, it's really unlikely that we get through the 35 sold puts. Hey, there's the 45 test. How much room do we have left here? Not much. What's tomorrow looking like if we close above 40? Bullish, but some of the data could be kind of bearish. We haven't closed above 40 yet. Although, goddamn, look at that vol short. Hey, NQ finally found a seller. That guy's a moron. Sounds like if I try something, I'll lose my $99. Maybe. Yeah. Why is it 99? You know what? I don't want to know. I think the 55-45 put volume is them selling more puts right now. 45 is probably bought puts. Hold on. Let me look. It's not a lot. The 40s are probably sold. It's probably like butterflies at 45. Looks like they're still selling the 35 put too. Well, it looks like they're selling the fuck out of the 35 put. Let me be more specific. And quite a bit at the 40. I do not want this to drop. Where can you see options volume? We track that. Kind of want to sell another call here. I guess I shouldn't. That's irresponsible. I can't believe Buffett sold all his like a huge chunk of his Apple, and everyone's fucking piling into it. 1169.70 at the beginning of the day. Bought a 5420C for 870. Sold it for 10. Okay, you don't need to do that to me. It appears TradingView now has in-house support for WeBull trading. FYI, it's only for stocks. Maybe for futures. It's not liquor. There's no liquor in the cup. You hedging the idiot trade? No. No. I was gonna sell more calls against it, but it would be too much of the account. You piece of shit. Yeah, oil sold off a little bit. If this fucking dumps 40 into close, I'm gonna be pissed. Fuck you. Ooh, I should sell puts here. 35 or 25? 40? Hmm. Yeah. Oops. Mm. Mm. Oh, that's the good stuff. Yes. No. You and everybody else in the fucking put's gonna close them right now. Or short call. They sell too many puts again. Yeah. Well, I told you if we broke through where they sold them that we'd get a sell off. I don't know if we go much lower than this, and they're selling puts at the 35 right now, which I also just did. To update the idiot trade. So we could lose 35, and the short puts at 35 could squeeze off, but it's more likely that they just sell them until they bounce the price. Dude, you're out. You can actually like close your call right now. If you keep it open and have them bounce the price into close, we could go right back up to 40 or 45. Speaking of which, I wonder how cheap that gets. Fidelity does not let me close zero GTEs. Well, wait, what? It's on SPX. What the fuck do you mean? Yes, they do. You bearish son of a bitch. They allow you to open zero DTs on SPX also. It's cash settled. This is the idiot trade right now. It's about to go poorly. Last time we closed a sold leg and kept the long leg open, they still margin called me. You can just close the spread all at once through the complex order book. Tell them to fuck off when they margin call you. I made $420. Everything stay exactly where it is. The idiot trade was the saving grace for today. Although I should have just waited until the test at 45 to sell calls, because I knew we were gonna fucking test it. How could we not? We're so happy when the election's over. How many dumb political ads interrupting the stream at 100x volume? I'm gonna try to opening and closing a spread on a non-PDT account. Does that count as one or two trades? It should just be one. I think it depends on your broker. Some brokers fucking fuck you. Stop going down, asshole. There we go. Perfection. I've sold a lot of puts at 35. BTC just hit a death cross? I don't know. Ding ding. The fucking idiot trade's outperforming my actual account. What's the return on that? $612.50. 4,700, right? All right. If you'd started the idiot trade 2 years ago, I'd be so wealthy right now. It's doing okay. It's been 7 trading days, and I've almost doubled the account. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, let's see where we're at. We broke out above gamma neutral today on the monthly. We're now trading just above 55.40. However, most of the puts that are in the money are above 55.50. So if we're gonna get a big upside squeeze, another one, it's gonna happen on a break of 55.50. Obviously, tomorrow's data is going to have some impact on that. I don't know how important the morning's data is going to be. And I can see futures pulling back a bit towards trend overnight. Um, but bulls are definitely establishing a good short vol position. Dollar rose 46 basis points today. Rose 117 of those 117 basis points against the yen. The 10-year moved up 8 points. The 5-year moved up 11. The 2-year moved up 13. So the yield curve's uninverting itself at a pretty significant pace. Gold's keeping pace. I'm still not sure why. Really, gold should probably be falling on the rising dollar, but maybe a little bit as an inflation hedge, and some concerns that inflation may be picking up too fast. What's the idiot trade? Are you just selling verticals? Yeah, pretty much. Well, not just selling, buying sometimes, but just like directionally agnostic intraday trades. The whole point of it was like to prove someone wrong about who said like, "Oh, I always lose when I buy calls and I always lose when I buy puts," and I was like, just don't buy either, right? So it's like a spite trade, and then I don't know, became a thing. Overnight straddles almost back on the table. I mean, I've been opening them for the last few days anyway. Foreign banks seeing the U.S. situation and buying gold. Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, most of the bullishness in gold is driven by central banks. Anyway, commodities up today, obviously, with precious metals, wheat, and oil, agriculture, energy, and precious metals all kind of outperforming. We got a big move up in yields, big move up in the dollar. Yields trailed back after the midday auctions, but still staying pretty elevated. Correlation continued to push down, but it's slowing. The rate at which correlation is dropping is kind of starting to dwindle off, and we're probably going to need a big shift in positioning on indexes in order to get enough liquidity for additional upside, right? We're past gamma neutral and the market maker's supportive, but now short vol needs to use that and start leveraging up nearer the money, and taking on more risk if they want to keep driving the dispersion trade. Which they are doing. Here's a big evidence of that leverage. USD JPY today moved from 6.8 to 7.1, almost 7.2x leverage at the peak. Big dip in the yield, the 10-2-year curve. That's starting to reinvert, and along with that reinversion, we are seeing the forward yield on volatility move negative. It is now at negative 3.55%. Bond vol dropped off, probably picked up a little bit today. Anyway, not super correlated with the movements we're seeing in correlation. Skew kind of flat. 52.48% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, and we are finally starting to see a little bit of negative correlation pickup between cash VIX and the VIX contract in front. Fed fund futures now pricing in 0.82 rate cuts. Remember before, bearish or bullish. The fewer the rate cuts, the more bullish. Too many rate cuts, bearish. This is kind of neutral, but we're now below the midpoint, right? So bullish here, more bullish here, more bearish up here. And tomorrow's data, if consumer sentiment strengthens, and permits are up, we could see more of a shift towards the bullish side. They do not want to see consumer sentiment weaken, right? The big fear right now is a recession, right, or stagflation, and so we want evidence of growth. We want evidence of consumer spending. We want evidence of inflation. Is there really a really idiot trade strat? I don't know. I'm just testing it. I don't even know if it's a real thing. All right, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Good night.